Hello, everybody, and welcome back to some more Final Fantasy XIV. Let's see. Yesterday we went into our first dungeon, basically just did more of the main quest, and I remembered at some point during the stream around the end of it that I had forgotten to do both the level 20 and 25. Or when I got to level 25, figured out, oh yeah, I had forgotten to do the level 20 class quest, so yeah, we're doing those two here today. Also ended up, between streams, ended up getting one level, because I did the difficulty 2 hunting log for Conjurers. And in between streams, I've also been doing a little bit of leveling of other classes, specifically mining and herbalist, or miner and botanist. They're basically both at level 20 now, and I also have. Essentially, what I did was went around and collected all the items that I need for the different class quests for those specifically, so I might, if you ever get to those locations, I might just quickly do those quests, because I know that latex, maple sap, crow feathers, this stuff, and 99 of these are needed. Basically, I've done those to like the level 20 quest. In terms of like collecting items for both of them, so might do that. But main goal today is complete these class quests and just continue with the main story, and hopefully finish up the or get to the point where I can actually get my chocobo, because that would be very nice. Anyway, distract with this. Deal with this earth sprite, because we basically need to essentially help Sylvie I don't know, learn about the different elements. Wasn't scared, I was just a little startled, that's all. If it was as if a mass of solid warmth had erupted from the ground. I never felt anything like, never mind. I have to head to the Bannock next. Let's get this over with. So we're basically going around helping Sylvie her trial, I guess. Since, as far as I remember, she has an extremely knack for just healing magic when it comes to like the conjurer school. Well, it's just that she doesn't actually know how to use actual conjurer magic. She instead just uses I guess her own life force, which is problematic. So what they're trying to do now is basically help her actually get all the studying that we've learned, and like as a conjurer, like understand the elements of earth, air, and water, and that hopefully will help her actually use conjuring, healing in a better way that doesn't use her life force. Gods, the wind blew straight through me. It felt both gentle and sharp at the same time. I can't explain it. Is this something you can conjure? Let's be on our way. The last one is at Lily Stone. Okay. That's all the way down there. This point I should technically, at least in terms of like levels, should have the power, but the problem is just that by simply doing the main quest, you end up getting so much XP that you basically outlevel the main quest. It feels like I've done barely any other side quests, and I'm already like 6 levels above. I think the only like side quest I've done has been some stuff that basically unlocks like additional content. It's the only thing. I'll say one thing that's actually pretty nice about having both or either actually miner or botanist at level 20 basically means that if I need to, actually it'll be useful once I actually get to around my own level right now, like around level 26. But both of those classes basically have an ability that allows me to basically walk past enemies that are up to 4 levels above my level. It'll basically just ignore me, which is pretty nice. Corrupted water. The lake is so beautiful. I never noticed how clearly the sky is reflected surface. Never noticed. Sit back. I'm ready to speak with the guildmaster now. Okay. Alright. Trust Guild. Welcome back, my avid conjurers. How fared you in your encounter with the elements? Sylvie, what did you sense as Shana cleansed the sources of corruption? It's hard to explain. It was hearing voices crying out in joy. I felt their heaviness wash over me. World seemed sharper, more alive. It was almost as if nature were speaking to me. Why, brother? To me, why did my mother teach me to avoid the sight of conjuring? What was it? What was she so afraid of? There are certain truths that hide behind the mask of our words. There's much that your mother didn't tell you. But you needn't seek all the answers at once, Sylvie. Even now, mind founders. amid a sudden inundation awareness. The first time we connect with nature can be a wonderful but disorienting experience. I suggest you allow yourself some time to adjust to this new perspective. Yes, Guildmaster. I have my gratitude, Shana. Thanks to you, Sylvie has taken a most important step. Heard her mention voices crying out in joy. Did you not? It appears the mother's gift has been passed on to the daughter. Such sensitivity is not something one can achieve through meditation and training, but a blessing that only a few fortunate chosen receive. And, as you have no doubt surmised, Sylvie's mom was one such person. A misunderstanding of that blessing, however, would let her down such a tragic path. Do not allow Sylvie's astonishing talents to consume her in the same manner. We mustn't get ahead of ourselves. The girl has barely awoken to her potential. That potential to be fully realized, your support is yet needed. I suspect she failed to mention the promise of your involvement. This was the reason she used for a change of heart. Okay. You underestimate the impression your quiet determination has made on young Sylvie. If modesty prevents you from acknowledging your own good deed, consider this task a part of your training. For conjurers, healers of wounds, be they physical or otherwise. Walk with her on her journey, Jana. Together explore the myriad of mysteries of nature. Okay. Get a staff that is actually a little bit worse away. And I guess this mask. Oh. Want to check climber plates? I didn't want to switch over to that one. It is actually a worse choice simply because I lose some piety. Yes, I get. Yes, it's higher item level and it deals one more magic damage, but it's not as good. Completely honest. Turn that around. Oh, let's grab this one. Okay, it's still Sylvia we need to deal with. Welcome, Shana. The tales of your deeds reach me even here in the cloistered heart of the Stillglade Fane. And I am that you have come, for I would ask your assistance in a matter of some delicacy. Concerns, yes, young Sylvie once again. As you can no doubt imagine, the recent revelation concerning her mother have sorely troubled the poor child. Here Sylvie needed some time alone to sort through the whirlwind of emotions which now beset her. She has, in short, fled from the guild. Fortunately, a part of conjurers who were dispatched to the South Shroud to investigate other instances of corruption sent word that they have spotted a wayward Sylvie. Considering the importance of their mission, but seek to distract the conjurers from their task. Thus, I turn to you to escort Sylvie back here to the guild. You are, I believe, one of the few people to whom she will listen. We travel to Scaron's orders. Or Drothers. Oscaron's Drothers. I don't know. Speak with you. I don't know. She was the conjurer who first chanced upon Sylvie and will be able to tell you more of how the young lady fares. Okay. And since I'm here in Dania, I might as well just quickly complete the botanist quests. Just quickly switch over to that. I've also been to both Lominsa and Uldar and actually gotten all of the Aetherite crystals shards unlocked. Oh, now I can actually fast travel around a little bit easier. Okay, we need to get some ethics outside the town. Those. From what I understand, most of these are basically just they look at the item and are, I guess, like impressed by the fact that hey, it was a good item. Get this item, which is worse than what I have, but that's because I've basically been also spending a little bit of money on actually buying upgrades for the gear since I couldn't really get it through this. And now we need to get some more stuff. Let's just do this. Ah, it's already done. Good. Let's get pots of people sap. For most of these like crafting quests, I'm just gonna like spam a bit through the text since I honestly don't really care enough about that. I already have all those things, so I might as well just go for the gold. Okay, crow feathers. Instead of sitting through this, I'm actually just gonna skip the cutscene because I don't really need to watch it. Let's go with the hats. Now I need to get over there. We'll just teleport over there. I need to, because there's also a guy to a person, and deliver this, I believe. one of the main reasons I want to do this is just to like empty out my inventory a little bit. Can't equip anything better for that. That's been delivered. And then we just need to return to those guys. I don't actually know if there is any sort of special animation during this, but kind of doubting it, but I could be mistaken. There's any sort of story. This would just be the galvanized matter. I have already of these, so kill. And we got to level 21. Okay. And we can't get any more quests because we need to be level 25. Alright, so go down there. I've already been down in the south route, just killing a few enemies that were up here for the hunting log. Then I've gotten this one. This. Let's teleport down to Quarry Mill. So we need to go down this way through like a small, I don't know what to call it. Something like this. There's just the small short area that we need to go through here, which is this. Then we're gonna be over there. Then there's just that small town there. So we need to talk to the Conjurer. Meet again, Shanna. I assume Brother Izumi warned you of the corruption my companions and I have been tasked with purifying here in the South Shroud. Source of this extensive blight is found in the southeast. The shrill discordant voices of the elementals shriek their dismay, vicinity of the withered treant. I suggest you give the area a wide berth. Considering the potential dangers, you might imagine how alarmed I was. Discover young Sylvie wandering about this part of the 12's woods. 12's wood. It seems that her mother, a woman who healed the Billwood country but remained untrained by the guild, called this region her home. Sylvie herself, her head buried in some manner of tomb, but if she is as sensitive to the elemental's reverings as I am led to believe, then the dim within her mind must have driven her to distraction. Pray speak with the child, and see if she is well. I would do so myself. Our current duty were not so pressing. We will, in fact, be setting out at any moment. Okay. Ah, there she is. Shanna? I should have known that Wolfie would tell on me, and Brother Izumi sent you to take me back, didn't he? This is where my mother used to live, you know, right up until she passed on. But we're grateful for the healing she offered. This is the journal she used to keep. There's an entry that explains how nature becomes furious when conjurers use their art. How there are always more people wounded in battle when mortals abuse the power that is not theirs to take. My mother refused to draw on nature because she was scared of making it angry. Shouldn't lie about such things, and I want to do what she would have wanted. I'm going to stop using conjuring altogether. Or she wouldn't lie about such things. Never heard the voices this mad before. It's because Wolfie and the others are overusing their art. We have to go and stop them. I get the feeling that it's more likely that our mother might have misused the conjuring instead of just using it correctly. Who knows? It's so loud. Can you hear it? Nature is shrieking in rage. Defeat the tainted earth tree, or earth spirit. its brightness been completed? I can't believe nature actually helped us. There's nothing scary about it all. At all. I might still wonder if it really was safe for others to borrow that power. If I hadn't seen the way you wield it, thing could seem more natural. It's time I went back to the guild. There are a few things I need to collect first, so please go on ahead without me. Okay. Okay, so back to the guild. Welcome back, Charlotte, and you also, Sylvie. Well, it's me. Sorry I ran away like that. Understand, child? Did you find the answers you sought? Yes, thanks to Shana. Showed me that nature was nothing to be afraid of. I think I know why my mother refused to call upon its power. I believe the act caused suffering to nature itself. I see. It was her very love for nature that prevented her from drawing on its strength. Tell me, Sylvie, has the fog of indecision now lifted from your mind? As Guildmaster, stand now why my mother chose the path she did. All glad. That's weird saying. Am I to hear that? Before I ask, just ask you one more question. Which brother is me? Your first witness Shana cleanse corrupted element. You mentioned hearing voices. What exactly did they say? Voices, well, sounded joyful, like a crowd letting out a sudden cheer. I really heard them. I really heard them, I swear. I'm sure you did, Sylvie. This is a gift. Conjurers may sense the power of nature, or from its strength. But not all can hear its whispers. What you describe are the voices of the elementals. You may very well possess the talent to become a hearer. A hearer? Force, which relies on your studies studies of conjuring, have a natural aptitude, but have thus far lacked commitment. You must not neglect your training, Sylvie. Aside such matters for a moment, I am curious to hear about the disturbance you observed in the South Shroud, Shanna. I assume from the reports I've received that it was a different magnitude to those which you have previously encountered. Am I correct? This bodes ill. The creatures known as mud pies are native to the Twelves Wood. Wonder what relation this may have to the seemingly increasing frequency of these disturbances. Something beyond the danger. Something beyond the damage wrought by the calamity afflicts the 12's wood. Shall commune with the elementals and seek to identify this threat. Janet, Sylvie, I have needed you both before long. Until then, give yourselves over to the study of our art. Where shall the earth meet your footfall and the wind guide your path? Thanks. Let's see, that is technically better in some ways, but at the same time, not really. Let's see, those seems to be an upgrade. Are. And so is this. Can't really see them though, they're really hard to spot those classes. I could also go with of these. And then we need to be level 30 before we can get the next one. Okay. That means I now need to go and do the main quest. Means we need to get to Ulda. Let's see. I need to get up here and let's see. Could teleport there, but I could also take the airship to Ulda and then reduce the cost. You know what, screw it. Couldn't theory also just to use one of these and also reduce it, but might as well just keep some of those until at least they have the like, to go there. Actually kind of cool. Other effects, they do something on clothing. And also seems to move hair. Huh. Let's see, to go this way. So where's retrieve? 3 round corpses. So something I haven't eaten yet, my food. It isn't barred. And get the next quest. I believe I kind of looked at the main quest stuff, and I think there was like, I don't remember the exact amount, but I think it was like either like 7 or 11 quests that I needed to finish, or needed to do it before I would potentially get my chocobo. See, it is good to see you returned. Be able to secure the remains of our fallen. Bodies given back proper to the earth, souls will find their way across the other side. You've done a noble deed this day, I thank you. Now then, what are the Malja? Did you see any? Surely those such massive monstrosities, as they cannot conceal their presence, much less take their quarter unanswered. Unawares. Ah, so there were Malja remaining. After all, I feared as much. Their part is the lowborn. I don't know if I'm just tired or can't read what the hell is happening right now. Feared as much. Their part in the lowborn disappearing is all but confirmed. That sentence didn't really make any sense to me. Their part in the lowborn disappearing. It's all but confirmed. But since there is more to this than meets the eye. Occasional Amalja raiding party, but account for the people going missing. In these kinds of numbers, the toll is too great. Questions, too many. It would surprise me in the least to learn another hand in this, whose countless travelers pass through Rybone every day, and even if it were among them, how would we best discover who may be implicit these finishings? Okay. Let's say we return, or let's say we turn an eye to the common folk themselves. It may be among them that we find the reasons for these vanishings. 12 forbid it be so. There is a merchant by the name of August, was born here in Drybone and grew up in the Golden Bazaar. A rough character, but he knows the people here better than anyone else. Which he is at the inn, quaffing away the day's earnings. Here I'll write a note for you to show him, else does not like to speak to you. Okay. Wait a second. That's the guy from earlier, or from that stream. Well, gods be damned, you're that bloody adventurer threatened me back in Ulda. 7 hells do you want to me now? Dear friend, missing people needs help. Yours isn't barred. Look around here. Wary as they come, they'll turn tail and run if you so much as pass wind nearby. Blame all the fools, and here's some hard labor out of them I did. Anything Are even more timid than before. What with all the disappearances? You can go talk to him yourself if you don't believe me. Okay. Please miss, just the PP. I need to say, but this Talentic who or whatever has been feeding of us low folk. What do you want from me? I don't know anything, I swear, please don't kill me. I told you, wasn't it? The whole lot of them terrified. There's been talk of folk getting abducted. But if you ask me, they simply are moved to a better place. This place isn't exactly Continental Soul. If you know what I'm saying. Bagshaw, have you learned aught of import? See, I suppose I should have expected as much from August. Well, another thought occurred to me in your absence. The common folk are nothing if not fervent in their religious beliefs. Perhaps if they speak freely to their gods, the clergy may know something of use. Okay. It's a little bit annoying that recently when I was playing on my previous character, I had kind of gotten the idea that all the items that you get here, the leftmost is gonna be like the item that is like specified for your character's starting class, and that's not the case after all. It's just always a fucking Discipline of War item. Instead of being a, I don't know, whatever sort of item. Like a item that's specified for clerics if you start as a cleric, but apparently it's not. It's just a little bit annoying. Especially later on when there are certain quest rewards that are like, oh yeah, if you for this quest reward there's only things that are good for like tanks and melee DPS. Nothing for casters. That's the case in some quests. And some of those things require like, you get the tank / DPS, like melee DPS reward first, and then you need to go into a dungeon or a raid or something like that, or maybe it's called a trial, I don't remember right now. And then you get the item after you've done that thing. Then you get like an earring or something like that, which is like, why? You know. If we would know what the common folk speak of to their gods, we are no better place to ask than at the church of Saint Dama Andala. It's a small and humble church found to the northwest of here. So long as you're headed there, I'd ask you to deliver this embalmed corpse. Or request I grant you, but it must be born to burial, and I trust and more than you to do or to see to this. To see it done. Seek out a man named Marquise. I think that's how it's said. Marcus. Must be the case. Let's go with Marcus. He tends to test the graves of the yard. He will tell you where the body is to be interred. Okay. Don't know why I'm feeling as tired as I am today. It's not like I've really done a whole lot today. Maybe at some point I should go out and, I don't know, make some tea here in a little bit later. Our Marcus, yes, buddy, of course. There have been so many buddies of late. I apologize, miss. Seek a place of burial, then there's an empty grave on top of the ridge. Take the path and lay him to rest there. May they walk in Tom's realm. What, missing people? I'm afraid I cannot help you. Maybe Sister Orson can. He has been kind to me. Everyone has been so kind. I don't know why, though. Pardon me, find Sister Orson within the church walls. Okay. You have done us the service of burying a fallen soul. Please accept our gratitude and extend it to Bard in next museum. Seek knowledge of missing dry bone evidence. It is true I am closer to the people than any other of the order. Confide in them and they in me when they wish to speak to the keeper. I am the medium to which they do. Should I learn anything pertinent, I will be sure to share the information with you. I only wish Marcus to be more helpful in the matter. I pray he did nothing to offend. He saw terrible things during the calamity. Scars run deep indeed. He seems to now prefer the company of the dead over the living. While tragic, I fear such behavior ill befits the church. I received word not long ago that one of our recent visitors, a man named Tancred, I believe, took offense to his conduct. I must have words with Marcus and soon. Tancred. Okay. Thank you, Shana. A burn is no easy thing, even when the departed is a stranger. Be able to learn aught of the missing common folk. Keeping yourself rather busy of late, haven't you, Shana? Pleasure, my dear Isambard. My name is Thancred, and I share a passion with you and our mutual friend here for learning what has become of these missing persons and why. So spoke with Ungus more times than I care to count. There seems to be some truth to this notion of the common folk speaking secrets only to those in service of the gods. Prostration, prayer, penance, abject deeds done behind closed doors, away from bright eyes. Better to take the pious unaware, and she who takes confession, good sister Orson herself. She couldn't. Even the most beautiful roses have thorns, my friend, and you are wise to keep your eyes on this road, or right, keep your eye to this rose. Still the village keeper. Marcus, I swear to this well, I've seen that face elsewhere, somewhere before. That's not really an upgrade, it's just material slots instead of the determination thing. Let's go with these. They sell for 5,000 apparently. Or not 5,000, 500. So that's what, 2,500 I get from that? Not bad. Children. Sister Orson, it cannot be, though she is. No, she is wont to travel to the Golden Bazaar on her own. It's not uncommon to see her speaking to the children, but no, could not be she, could it? For wary of these suspicions, know there is one child in particular that she is fond of. Please seek out the boy, Shana, and see if you can glean something from him about Orson's activities. Okay, we need to make it all the way up to the Golden Bazaar. There's also a chocobo keeper up there. Saying that person might be doing the same quest. Let's get the chocobo keeper. And then the should be right over there. Uncombed urchin. Please help. Sister Urchin went out all on her own and hasn't come back. She always reads me right here about Thal and the Order. On the other side, I told her I lost my shiny thing. She went looking for it, but one of the monsters outside hurt her. Please find her. Rotting Mage. And a Rotting Pikeman. You're the same one from the church, thank goodness. You're right when you did. It seems my gratitude is yours yet again. Spoke with the child. As well, I was able to find his lost trinket. It's a ring given him by his mother before she passed. We'll see it saved back to him. I need to get back down there. I guess I can take the chocobo possibly down to Camp Drybone. It's probably because I haven't gotten the one down here, I'm guessing. That's probably why. Just make sure that I actually get that one next time when I get down there. It's a level 19 quest. I think what I had, I think one of the first level 20 quests I get is actually for a dungeon or trial, if I'm not mistaken. The chocobo guys right up there. Oh wait, actually it's down here. Ah, there's a person's up there with their chocobo, that's why. The person was attacked outside the Golden Bazaar. Cuts forfeit. I will secure a room at the end for her, should she require any rest. Searching for the mementos of orphans and risking her own well-being in doing. No less, certainly know that the dastardly deeds Thancred would have us believe. That is about the same. Also, only just no determination, and it also just lower defenses, so more money. And 27. I actually get the next trader skill. He carries level 32. 32 is level 30. Malja, wrong place. Wrong places. I am well glad I reserved that room for Sister Orchan. It seems she received great injuries from her attackers that she initially led on. Thankfully, she is expected to make a full recovery. But now, on to the matter at hand. Thancred came looking for you once more. He left word that he will be waiting at the Amalja encampment to the southeast. I pray the two of you are able to uncover some evidence regarding his disappearances. So down there. Honestly gonna be so nice once I finally have goddamn mount in this game. So Thancred. Ah, there you are, Shana. So good to have you, of you to come. Indeed, I've heard all about Sister Orson. Isambard said her wounds were serious, and it would seem my suspicions about the poor Rose were misplaced. But false they were, as my suspicions were not entirely without merit. While I was following Sister Orson in the Golden Bazaar, a band of Amalja caught my eye. Tracked them as far as this encampment. But, well, let us say that I prefer to keep my distance and remain here. This, of course, being me, or brings me to why I requested you, dear Shana. So kindness to take a look inside. Okay. Might as well just provide some resistance with this. I'm just gonna ignore that thing. Ah, they killed it. Well, did anything tickle your fancy? A strange slip of parchment found at the Amalja encampment in eastern Alma. This leaflet. See the wealth of Dal Arnold in the hands of your children. Looks to be some sort of assembly to provide the poor with work. The lettering, though, atrocious, is it not? These bits about Althal. Seems somewhat less than studied, but it's hard to believe one among the order penned this. Take this to the inn at Camp Drybone. Let's see what Sister Orson makes of it. I'm thinking of just make my way until I get to the point where I need to do the dungeon / trial or whatever it's called. And when I basically get to that point, before I do it, I'm basically thinking of going out and making some tea. And that might hopefully help me wake up a little bit more. There we are. My savior comes again. To what do I owe the honor this day? Is this blasphemous? It's not our teachings at all. This was not made by any true brother or sister of the order. Of that I can assure you. Come to think of it, weeks ago the church was plagued by missing garments. Someone be posing as a priest of the order to deceive the people? The plot thickens, Shana. Our culprit pretends to be a priest to lend credence to his deception. There is no doubt an irony in there somewhere. But I suspect we have a worthy adversary on our hands. I shall consider how best to handle this. For now, till isn't barred. What do we have learned here? Posing as a priest. Think. Though troubling notions aside, or these troubling notions aside, it is gratifying to finally be able to move this investigation forward. Think once again, Shanna. I shall keep my ears and eyes open, now more than ever. And that isn't really an upgrade in any way. I remember now, what does determination do? Just the amount of damage dealt by both physical and magical attacks, as well as the amount of HP restored by healing spells. Okay, so it's still beneficial to me. Dressed to deceive. Okay. I'm afraid I have not seen any unusual activity, nor have any at this camp given me cause to doubt them. But unless we can identify the culprit, soon more innocents will fall victim. Not despair just yet, my friend. An idea occurs to me. Our suspect has been posing as a priest. Routinely lets bearing false promises to lure the poor. Shanna and me serve like with by posing as improvised or impoverished souls in need of succor. I dared to hope that this will yield us the answers we seek. It would be a dangerous undertaking, but you two are more than capable of looking after yourselves. Makes you useless in a battle, but I can supply the garments for a disguise. These old tunics and slops should serve your need. So, look, so long as you don't mind the smell and the stains. It will serve very well. You have my thanks. Listen, Shanna. So as to lay the foundation for our little ploy, we must make it widely known that more vagrants have arrived at camp and are desperate for a coin. To this end, I want you to don the old garments Isambard has lent us, and beg for work around the camp. For long, the false priest should catch wind and approach us. Let's see. Let's say tunic. And what? Slops. It's pants then. Yes. Or not. Ah, those. Must be weathered shepherd slops. Okay, there's someone up there. Is it? Consonant in. Look, import doesn't give you the right to pester whosoever you like. Why don't you keep with your own kind out by that muddy pond of yours at Drybone? Things good, madam. Is there aught I might assist you with? Oh, I don't believe there is. Radar wares are very expensive. Mayhap you should rejoin your fellows at the pond north of Sandgate. The teachings of Seema, the warden, has now come to partake of the honey of her wisdom. Seema is keeper of the sun and goddess of inquiry. All is laid bare beneath the light of her divine countenance. Open thy heart to this light. Be child, and thou shalt want, but not till the end of days. And you are? Another refugee, by the looks of you. The Water Flames have neither work nor coin for you. You like, be gone and see it that you don't make a nuisance of yourself. I was about to get to the good part. The work is 8, sorry, but we don't have any openings. I'll get out of here so I can finish my story. And talk to Thancred. I have quite a knack for being a nuisance, Shanna. Can't miss the bus with talk about you the right vagrants. That we were unable to attract our wayward transgressor. We were able to learn or have a commune by the pond north of Sandgate, east of here. The authorities do not reach that place, rather ideal for spiriting away hapless souls. Let us go there and wait for the kind of place to come and offer us aid. Comfort, needless to say, you'll need to remain in disguise. Okay. So head out to Drybone. Rift. Finding for catching a false priest, you say? Absolutely smashing shot, positively dressed for deception. All that's left then is to wait for our quarry to appear. Oh, you poor unfortunate souls. This is no way for men to live. No way at all. What do you want? At ease, child. I mean you no harm. I'm priest of the Order of Elthal, and I come to offer you succor. Let's bear the teachings of Nald, trust to them, and they will surely set you free from the shackles of penury. Tempting offer, but I'm afraid I must decline. On account of that atrocious performance, it would have made a god-awful murmur. Longest. But how did you know? You bastards tricked me. Please don't hurt me. It's only doing it to protect my people. Is that so? Do continue. Very well. I'm a man of the Golden Bazaar, raised there, if not born. Some moons ago, the Malja raids began. It would appear sudden as a sandstorm and plunder and pillage at will. But defenders couldn't stand against them, few as they were. Everyone lived in fear. I want to save my people, but being a merchant was all I knew. And so I did the one thing, or only thing a merchant could. I approached the Amalja in hopes of brokering a deal. In return for sparing the Golden Bazaar, they made demands, outrageous ones. Demands? What kind, pray tell? First of all, they wanted the schedule for crystal shipments from the Nanawa mines. This, I bribed one of the workers to leak me the information. Next, they wanted me to bring them people, so I posed as a priest holder in the vulnerable and give them towards a Malja. I didn't have a choice. Protecting one's home is a noble thing, at the cost of innocence. Could have sought the aid of the immortal flames. You did not. I suspect you're not telling me the full story. What made you sell out your own people? Speak. That's good. Is it funny? Because a coin was good, I said. Could sell mole meat for a score of lifetimes and not even a fraction, not see even a fraction of what the Amalja paid me. Sacrificed innocence so that you could line your own pockets, or just fail to express the contempt I feel for you. Spare me your contempt. You want to blame someone for the mess the world is in, and blame yourself or the gods. Well, not you again. Were you the one digging the also flames with troll routes to the enemies as well? Spit it out. No, I know nothing about that, I swear it. At this stage, I'm rather disinclined to believe aught that leaves your mouth. No matter. There'll be time enough to learn the truth. Ja, be a dear and take word of these developments to Infilia, would you? I shall prize everything I can out of this filth. The abductees are still somewhere out there. Our foremost priority is to rescue them. Okay, let's just put that on. Okay, there was a. Wait, this one is an item that I ended up buying recently. A few items as well here. Let it go. And we need to go back to the Walking Sands, so use the Vesper Bay. Get the right tickets. Welcome back, Shana. I am pleased that you and Thancred have been getting along. I see you have done well to uncover the truth. Thanks for their report. As Thancred said, we must ascertain where the abducted were taken, and none but the Amalji know the answer. Suffice it to say, they will not willingly part with this information. I fear blood will be spilled before it all is said and done. Okay. The little 18 weapon cover. A heavy chest containing a weapon of item level 18 through 21. That's gonna end up being just worse than what I currently have, I guess. Nice material and everything. Do we seek a peaceful solution to the primal problem? We must needs be ready to fight for our cause. That you might take to the field, certainly prepared. I would have you meet with a goblin acquaintance of mine. His name is Mutamix Bubblypots, and he is a scholar of no small repute. Mutamix is renowned for having introduced a revolutionary method of enhancing equipment to Orsia. Knowledge of this method was once a closely guarded secret, thanks to Mutamix and his students. It has now been disseminated, I think is actually how it's pronounced, to the great benefit of all the realm. It would serve you well to acquire understanding of the process. For this purpose, I shall lend you a blade. Take it to Mutamix and bid him use it to demonstrate his craft to you. Mutamix is ever to be found. His camp in central Tanalan, a place known as the Bonfire. Look for a pillar of smoke, and the way will be completely clear. Okay, so there, let's just do this. It's basically where we will learn how to extract material from items. which, if I remember correctly, is basically something you can do once piece of gear. Can't really show this easily, but below the materia slots, there should be something called spellbound. Once that reaches 100%, you can basically take that item and extract materia from it, which can then be placed into materia slots if you have the right skills. Chuck, who is Uplander, come to 10th ring of Wutamix Bubbly Butts. This plain dagger has absolutely no defining characteristics, except that the hilt does smell quite nice. Okay. Mighty tool drinks in a shell self. Full of very self. Mighty tool changes to Stony Shine, name of Anima. Anima join with other fighting tool. Then Big Eyes, Mighty Tool gains power of very self. Woodmix is Reckoning, but Uplander is friend of Minfilia. Ish, tongue flaps reach ear, Woodmix with fastness. Really wants Uplander to see power of materia. Uplander bring fighting tool to Woodmix, yes. Fighting tool is unstrong as eating tool. Good TG show of powered materia. Materia Master. Now eyes of Uplander point at fighting tool, yes. Materia join with fighting tool. Fighting tool gains power of materia. Fighting tool reborn. Here, Uplander take fighting tool to Minfilia. Materia, strictly speaking, is a kind of crystal. It's created by drawing out the etheric constituents from a piece of equipment and then crystallizing them. But just any old equipment will serve, mind you. Just have sufficient spirit bond. That being a measure of how fully item has been imbued with its owner's spirit. You attach a piece of material to a gear, you imbue the host item with its power. That's how Master Wutamix turned that dagger of yours from summit. As would strong Sukkot stake to a weapon worth wielding. Upload a wish to be joiner of materia. Upload a best fill brain case or brain case with the knowingness of crafty making. Knowingness of crafty making. Uplander B can become joiner of materia. Uplander wants brain case to rattle with the knowings of materia. Uplander best trade tongue flaps with the leader ones, or with loiner ones of Woodmix. Yeah, we need to talk to the others around here in order to get materia knowledge. Forging in the spirit. What would you say if I told you that inanimate objects can possess a soul? Can, believe it or not, although the soul in question is not their own, but that of their owner. Through faithful service, the arms and armor we use come to hold our spiritual energy. Thus, do we form a spirit bond with them. The spiritual energy can be drawn out and converted into materia, a special kind of crystal that can be attached to gear to enhance its properties. And well versed in the ways of material extraction, if you wish to learn more about the process, it would be my pleasure to teach you. Are you ready to commence your learning? Good. As you will have gathered by now, materia is the crystallized form of one's spiritual energy. As this energy is derived from an individual's psyche, a volatile is at the best of times. A degree of variance is to be expected in its production. In practice, this means that you won't know the exact properties of the stone until you drill it in your hand. Materia won't grant you much of anything on its own. Its power must be tapped. Let's see. And this is achieved by melting it to gear. Know though that it takes the deft hand of a craftsman to melt materia. Always seek others to attach material on your behalf. If you sooner do it yourself, I recommend you speak with Fobash. Melting is her field of expertise. Okay. Striking materia. I can do that. That is it's open, it was general. And I'm actually thinking of moving these things over here instead. Let's put extract material down here. And I just need to quickly change up the key bindings a little bit. Yep. Okay, so can't learn how to place material yet because need a level 19 disciple of the hand job, so can't do that yet. Oh well, if that buff just ran out. But yeah, we can now basically extract from some items. Kind of doubt that I have a whole lot. Extract from, I can from this one. And there's basically like certain requirements to be able to melt things, for example. Yeah, we can see that I need a discipline or disciple of the hand. 20. It's basically the lowest thing below the material thing, basically the material melting. In order to place anything in this. And it'll basically change, I believe, depending on the item level. So far it seems to basically be tied to the item levels thing. For now. We just slowly melt these things as we get there. or as they basically get built up. And then we can see that we have some quick armor materials, skill speed, not really useful for me right now. Tenacity, not really useful either. Critical hit and determination, both of those can be kind of used. Also got some grade 1 dark matter. I believe that is used to repair items for, according to the description there, used to upgrade items that are from level 1 to 10. Yeah. Okay, we need that back here. Now, as far as I understand, materia is completely just not worth using early game. It's only really useful like very late game, like when you actually hit max level. At least as far as I understand it. Also notice that there's a quest I might want to get outside of this place. But that unlocks a dungeon. Welcome back, Shana. I trust your visit to the bonfire proved fruitful. What a remarkable difference a single piece of material can make. Granted, the skill needed to manipulate the substance are not easily acquired, but one need only look upon the results to realize such efforts are worthwhile. As I am sure you are aware, quality of one's equipment can be different, or can be the difference between victory and defeat. Materia can well give you the edge you need, Jana, so make it your ally. Now it is time we discuss the matter of your next mission. Please speak with me when you're ready to begin. Okay, and might as well just this one, I guess. And I got one of those, which I already had. Ooh, into the inferno. Yes. Word has arrived from Thancred concerning our ongoing investigation. It appears he was able to extract some information from our friend August, the false priest. Revealed that he is due to meet with the Amalja to discuss their dealings. The Immortal Flames believe that the meeting will present an ideal opportunity to ambush and capture the Amalja responsible for the abductions, and so they mean to have August send as planned. The Amalja are anticipated to offer fierce resistance. The Immortal Flames have requested our support. Have you provide it to them? Shut up. Thancred is presently attending to another matter, but will join you as soon as he is able. Until such time as he does, you will be the Scion's sole representative on the ground. Before he left, he bade me tell you to save some for him. Such is his confidence in you, a confidence I share. You have made ready, pray take yourself to Camp Drybone and report to the Flame Sergeant leading the mission. May you walk in the light of the crystal. Okay, before I go there, I just kind of want to quickly go out and grab that quest. It's over there, and the quest or dungeon I'm going to be unlocking is the one down here. If I'm not mistaken. I know for a fact that this person up here, Edric Ironheart, has several quests that basically unlock dungeons. I think they have like 3 of them. Let's accept this. The adventure. I am Edric Ironheart, an explorer by trade and a scion by allegiance. And you, my friend, to me, an adventurer in need of a challenge. To know just a place that will offer it to you. Tucked away in the corner of eastern Tanalan lies Halatial. Halatali, that's what it's called. And it is there that you will find all the excitement you crave. The place boasts a storied history. It was built some 100 years past as a training ground for gladiators. Calamity laid ruin to it, though as it did to most things. Now Halatali, some of these names are really weird to get used to. Halatali is a shadow of its former self, but in the dark of that shadow lurk wild beasts, both bloodthirsty and beyond count. The one such as yourself. I dare say there is no finer place, Halatali, to test your skill and refine your technique. Indeed, I have taken the liberty of passing your name along to the flames who oversee the place. Should you visit, speak with one Fava Juni near the entryway. Okay, the next one is Braving the Depths, that's 32. And for gold, that is 44. Okay. Let's see. To go there in order to complete that quest, and I need to talk to the guy up there. I guess I can wait with that one a little bit. You just wait until I have like my mount actually, because it shouldn't be too long before I get that. Yoshana Majula of the Scions. My thanks for coming, friend. We're stronger for your assistance. Allow me to brief you on our mission. Our objective is to capture Amalja and prise from them the whereabouts of the abductees. The Lizardmen aren't aware that their man Ungus has been exposed when they come to the rendezvous point. To meet the traitor, we'll spring the trap. Going to the clandestine nature of the mission, we can deploy only a small contingent. Every member must count, and so we requested aid of the Scions. The rendezvous will take place at the Invisible City. Each take make your way there and lie in wait. Stand to learn much and more of the Amalja. But if the mission succeeds, Shanna, let's make sure it does. Okay, so I need to get up there. I guess I could just hire a Chocobo up to here and then just run down there. That way we can also see the Chocobo transportation. Oh yeah, I need to take that. I think I forgot about that. Sorry, it's only 15 gil, and it takes 1 minute. Also just dismount at any point when we want to. This is such a significant speed up in terms of like how fast I could be going. You know what, let's just drop off here instead, because it's probably going to be a lot faster. Endless, yep. High enough levels where they won't attack. I'm thinking that enemies won't attack you if they are like more than 10 levels below you. Like in this case, he was level 17, I was level 20. Only 10 level difference. He'll attack me if he gets close enough. Okay, that's the first time I've seen that. I have to wait in order to get into one of those. Is the bait in place? Command is in position, sir. Good, we make our move as soon as the Amalja here. Yes, sir. Speaking of this. Wait, something's amiss. There's traitors in the flame soldier, in the flame. I'm afraid your little ambush ends here. The immortal flames clutches for moons before finally being caught. Do not wonder how I managed it. It's almost as if someone was feeding him information from the inside. Hey, your every movement is known to me ahead of time. Now, as much as I'd love to chat a while, I have appointments to keep. They're all yours. Start killing these guys. Just gonna keep on killing these guys. Cutscene. Put up your weapon, or a comrade. It's dead man. Put up your weapon. Instead, put down your weapon. Behind you. Bring her. Rest of you, march. Traitor scum. Okay. Team Sergeant. Fear the Amology or Amologia. Mean to give us to their god as an offering. I must die, and let me die a soldier's death. With steel in hand. Bowl of Embers has been unlocked. Which means that I am now gonna go out and actually make some tea, because yeah, that's a dungeon we need to do. Only with one boss though. So yeah. Let's see. I'll quickly just do this. Idle cam sort of thing. It basically just it basically just cycles through things in the nearby vicinity and just focuses on that. I'll just leave it on this while I go in to make the tea. And while I'm at it, I might as well do this. And just display that one. And yeah, I'll just mute myself and I'll be back in like 5 to 7 minutes, I would think. Yeah, see you guys in a bit. Okay, I'm back. So let's do that again, and that, and remove that. So we need to enter this trial, the bowels of embers, bowls of it, bowl. I think it actually doesn't really matter which one you say. I think the bowel of embers might be more correct. I don't know. Join. Thank you. That is just one of the things I just absolutely love about healer. You just get an instant fucking Q immediately. Like, it's idiot most of the time. Lord of the Inferno, Hargoner of our plea. Lord of the Inferno, deliver us from our misery. Mighty Ifrit, Lord of the Inferno. Humble servants beseech you, grace us with your divine presence. And summoning one of their primals. Great. Almighty Ifrit, we bring before you arrogant savages who know not your godhood. Because you scorch their heathen souls, cleansing flame, and mark them as your own. Bloody hells. Bring those two as well. What's going on? See what we agreed. But servants of Lord Ifrit may behold the right of summoning the souls of the unbelievers or forfeit. No, spare me, I beg you. Pitiful children of man, by my breath I claim you. Arise once more as my loyal minions. Feed my flames with your faith, and all who stand against us shall burn. Almighty Ifrit, my one true God. Words are my bread. Possible, by what sorcery do you resist my master's will? Could it be? Soul already belongs to another. Yes, that's the only explanation. Forsooth, thy mortal frame can serve a special to the blessing of but one. Smell not the taint of another upon thee. The truth of thine allegiance waxeth clear. Thou art of the goddess blessed number. Paragon's word of thine abhorrent kind, thine existence is not to be suffered. Hope my team members aren't getting annoyed by the fact that I'm watching that for a while. standing too close there. Oh, Infernal Nail. That thing needs to die immediately, because otherwise that's gonna one-shot us once it does a certain attack. Basically, when he jumped there, he would have killed us immediately otherwise. Okay. Good. And another crystal. Forgive my lateness. I was delayed by a congregation of Malja zealots. I swear each seemed more evangelical than the last. Persistent lots. See, the Bloodsworn wasted no time extracting the captives. This than I'd expected, picked from the Flame General's handpicked men. For those two, it is fair to say their hardship has only just begun. They have much to answer for. I feel I owe you an apology, Shana. Had I known this mission would prove so dangerous, I would have never have left to face it alone. You have been given a veritable baptism of fire. Let us continue this conversation in more agreeable surrounds Camp Drybone, shall we say? This way, sir. So that was the mighty Ifrit. And what a disappointment he was. The readings were nowhere near what I had anticipated. Even taking Uldan's interference into account. You should know better than to rely upon 5-year-old data left by the 7th Legion. Nor can we expect this form of support from the motherland, given the troubles at court. We have only ourselves to rely upon. Never the pessimist, my dear Livia. Promise me you'll never change. We've wasted enough time here. That meter of yours is too old to give any readings worth a damn. There was aught worth a damn. Not that there was aught worth a damn for it to read. Well, I take your point. I suppose we can count ourselves or content ourselves with the knowledge that we've achieved our primary objective. I find that I am troubled by the adventurer's unexpected show of strength. Could such a foe prove a hindrance to our plans? Perhaps, but that is a consideration for another time. Given the task that is your priority, I suggest you treat it as such. Fail to do as my lord commands. Fail to do so as my lord commands. And I will spare him the trouble of punishing you. Allies like that. Beware a woman in love. She'll need to be on my best behavior. Okay. And leave the duty. Okay, thank you. There you are, Shanna. Come rest a while. You'll have no better opportunity after witnessing their gods ignominy. Why do they have to use some of those words that are just like impossible to read, or people who don't have English as their native language? Their gods ignominious. 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 Whatever that fucking word, however that word is pronounced. Defeat, or just terrible defeat, I guess. Just use simple words instead of using like really long words that are impossible to pronounce. The Amalgi, or Amalja, will be less inclined to risk our wrath, for a time at least. Now, why worry? Yes, I have was in the process of apologizing. I do hope you can forgive me. I arrived too late to be of any use to you or the abductees. They may be whole of body, but the same cannot be said of their mind. Or once a man is tempered. But it suits me to dwell on the negatives amidst all our misfortune. There is still reason to rejoice. Eva is slain, and by your hand no less. That is the aid of no ordinary individual. Shanna, not that I ever thought ordinary. On the contrary, I have long suspected that you have the potential to shape the fate of this realm. What can I say? My fine eye talent remains condemned. Oh, I can actually move that down to once. Minfilia. will be proud beyond all reckoning. She hears of your deed. I trust you shan't object to my bearing the thanks to her. That way I can claim to have contributed something to this mission. You meanwhile have earned yourself a rest, take some time to relax, and return to the Waking Sands when you're good and ready. We can discuss matters in more details then. Just don't take too long, will you? The realm's problems won't solve themselves. Okay. So we need to go down or go to the Waking Sands, but first I'm thinking of just going and unlocking that dungeon. And it's kind of convenient. I just need to like run down here, talk to a person, and then just use one of those letters or envelopes or whatever they're supposed to be called. Okay, in pirate or private. If it is the halls of Hala Tali you seek, you need seek no further. Permit to tell you something of this place. The name comes from an ancient tongue, Hala Tali, meaning the land of many shadows. Was here that our distant ancestors first settled, and you have not come all this way for a lesson in history. Listen, do you not hear the howls and growls? Do you not feel how they shake the very earth beneath you? Those sounds are the work of no wind, my friend. No that rumbling, nor that rolling, the doing of any shadows. Those are the calls of Halatali. For now, the beasts once kept for the Colosseum lurk there. Here, and those no gentle beast broken by the hand of men. Oh, there are those then that even the might of the immortal flames cannot tame. From the look of you, you must be Shanna. Hey, I received a word from Netric that might be along. Nice recommendation. I grant you leave to enter freely. You only play that you are able to find your way out. Okay. Why is this a thing that I can pick, like, only these specific ones? Why is there nothing for specifically casters here? Or for a healer, like, why? Why is that not an option? Why is there specifically stuff like for Discipline of War and for like Gladiator, Marauder, Paladin Warrior, and I think that is Dark Knight and Gunblade. Why is there specifically tank gear that's available here, but nothing for healers? Like specifically for healers. Hey, there's this. That's just like, from what I can see, like generic gear. Then there's this one of war. Like, why is this the case with the gear? From what I've seen, most quests seem to have this thing of like, hey, let's have things that are specifically for tanks, and everything else is just like random, to an extent. It just seems weird. Anyway, that's unlocked. Esper Bay. Alright. If I'm not mistaken, I should be getting my Chocobo relatively soon, since this is level 20 in quest. And if I'm not mistaken, I also get to choose something called the Grand Company soon. If that is the thing that I get to do next, that means that I'll be getting my mount very soon as well. Ah, the Triumphant Hero returns. Ingrid told us the news upon his arrival. He is present in the Solar, giving a full report to Lady Minfilia. You should join them at once. Lady Minfilia is most eager to see you. And we get that, which I believe is worse than what we currently have. That's only because I bought that item. My late arrival nearly cost Shanna her life. I wasn't there when the Malja took her prisoner. I wasn't there when they served her to Ifrit. By some miracle, she survived, but that does not excuse the fact that she should never have had to face such dangers alone. Failed her utterly. Just as I am failing you all. What's done is done, Thancred. You'll blame yourself for every... Jana, it's so good to see you again. Thinkable timing, my friend. I had just finished regaling Minfilia with your heroic exploits. Thancred has told me everything. You've done well to return to us. The perils you faced were undeniably great, yet a part of me believes that I no cause to fear, and now we can put paid what to our long investigation. That sentence doesn't really make any sense to me. Now we can put paid. Is that even an English sentence that actually makes sense? I can put paid to our long investigation. What? As we suspected, the Amalja undertook both the robbery and the abductions with the aim of summoning their primal Ifrit. Nor is this tale limited to Ul'dah. Similar incidents have been rife in both Olimsa Lominsa and Gridania of late. I dare say you've been curious as to how these crimes are linked to the primals. It's me to explain. Being manifested in the physical realm, primals must consume ether. They are to maintain their presence here. The stronger they become, the more ether they require. Now, ether, is it ether? I guess I'm just gonna say ether. Ether exists throughout creation, flows through all life, and permeates the very air we breathe. Alas, this alone will not suffice to sustain the likes of Ifrit. He and his kind require a more concentrated source of ether crystals. It is for this reason that incidents involving crystals can often be tracked or traced back to a primal. Which leaves us with the why of the abductions. To understand this, you must first understand how primals are born. All is well with the world. Primals possesses no physical form. Their essence is dispersed across the great river of Aether. However, when the world is plunged into chaos, those who worship the primals cry out to their gods for deliverance from suffering. These cries serve as a beacon towards which the primal's essence is persistently drawn. It is this coming together, or etheric coalescence, which grants the being's physical form. It's born, a primal gains strength from its followers' worship. More numerous and fervent they are, the more powerful their god becomes. Primals are seldom satisfied with such reverence as their adherents freely give, and in order to gain more power, they do not scruple to create followers. Do this by tempting mortals, a process to which you yourself were subjected. And even as Ifrit took your comrades, his thrall, you alone remained unaffected. Thanks to the power you possess, the Echo. Know not the why of it. Those blessed with the Echo are immune to primal influence. It is as though a greater power protects us. First, you came to us. I told you that the Echo would be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. I trust you now. Begin to see why. Recent incidents all share a common trait. Meticulous planning. Such elaborate designs are a new development, and one which fills me with an unshakable sense of foreboding. While I share your concern, my presiding feeling is one of relief. Your safe return. The immortal flames assured me that they will deal with the aftermath, so you need not concern yourself with that. We may rest easy for the time. I suggest you take full advantage of the respite, Shanna. Or respite, I don't know. You may be sure it won't last long. Once the people learn the identity of the hero who felled Ifrit, I fear you may have a nary moment to yourself. As she intended to or not, Minfilia neglected to tell you something. Something I think it would be best you heard from one of us. Concerns the tempered abductees that were rescued. I'm sorry to report that in order to be put to death, the flames with whom you were imprisoned would say this information must not be known to the public. I swear to you that we would not do this if there were any other course. Once a man is tempted, he is tempted for life. His very existence lends strength to the primal, whom he cannot choose but worship. And so we Scions continue to fight. Continue our fight that no more innocents need be sacrificed. Hope you will continue to stand with us, Shanna. When I should be going, I must offer my apologies to the Flame General for the losses his people suffered. Until next time. Okay. God forgive me, how many more lives? Rizwa would never have allowed this to happen. To do better, I have to be stronger. There was no new gear. Hero in the making. And Philia is wearing a wry smile. Might have something to do with your newfound fame. Till not so very long ago, you were but one of many adventurers seeking to make their way in Eorzea. But for your character and courage, you were raised to the esteemed post of envoy. Thereafter you traveled the realm, aiding those in need without thought of reward. Confirming to Ida, probably more, that the Scions would benefit from your aid. No sooner did you join us, you personally bested the primal Ifrit. You have achieved a great deal in a short time, and won fame in doing so. Last fame does not come without a price, as you will soon discover. You have guests, Shanna, or rather, you have guests. Beg pardons? Ah, Lady Minfilia. Radiant as ever, or as always. I am given to understand that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have but recently welcomed a new hero into their midst. I'm here on behalf of the Maelstrom Grand Company of Lominsa to offer said hero a place of honor within our ranks. As you can see, Shanna, your recent exploits have garnered you the attention of the Grand Companies of Eorzea. Each organization would Ifrit Spain for its own. To this end, all three have sent officers to court you. Not ordinarily go to such lengths to enlist a new recruit. That they have is evidence of their high regard for you. I find myself wondering how word of Shanna's deed spread so quickly. The immortal flames should know of her triumph is to be expected, but what are the other grand companies? Your reputation precedes you, Mistress Majula. There's no ordinary woman who can face a primal and emerge the victor. Imagine our pride when we learned that you began your journey as an adventurer, our own Redania. Know that the people hold you in high esteem, and that you will always be welcome among us. Order of the Twin Adder is need of valiant women such as you. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us ensure the peace ever reigns over the 12's wood. The pleasure is to finally meet you, Mistress Majula. My commanders speak in the most glowing terms. A woman of your talent belongs in the immortal flames. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us secure the prosperous future of Ulda. The Admiral was not extravagant, exaggerating, which is said have the look of a hero. Full often does she speak of you, friend. It's only natural that she would, or we would want you for the Maelstrom. Join your strength to ours, and together let us see the grand vessel of Lominsa to the shores of glory. Lady Minfilia. Very well. I am quite sure you need no reminding. Mayhap a brief summary of the situation would help. clarify your thoughts of the matter. You should know the Grand Companies are all encompassing organizations empowered to call upon the martial, economic, and technological resources of their respective city-states in times of strife. There are recently 3 such organizations in Eorzea: the Maelstrom of Limsa Lominsa, Order of the Twin Adder of Gridania, and the Immortal Flames of Ulthar. Serving a Grand Company means serving the nation to which it belongs. You will be charged with its defense and tasked with advancing its course. Its cause. In return for your faithful service, you will be furnished with various rewards, some of which will prove useful to you in your other endeavors. If you are agonizing over which of the Grand Companies best deserves your loyalty, be at ease. The commitment you make this day need not be permanent. Should you wish to shift your lines at a later day, you are entitled to do so, and yet I can see that it's no small choice you face. A thought occurred to me. Of course, recall that the 3 city-states are playing toll remembrance services. As part of the proceedings, I am given to understand that the leader of each Grand Company will deliver an address. Hearing these addresses ought to help you make an informed decision. So you, my dear officers. Fine suggestion. As wise as you are beautiful, my lady. Very well. Let Shanna hear our leaders speak, then return here with her decision. Eagerly await your answer. Know full well that adventurers are by their nature a liberty-loving breed and not the best suited for the disciplined military service, but I strongly urge you to join a Grand Company nonetheless. While the promise of reward is enticing in itself, it's not the only benefit. You are possessed of great power, Shana, with it you are capable of doing untold good. Yet, know that great power is wont to attract attention, while all of it friendly. There will be those who wish you ill, and you need to be on the lookout for them. Yet, however vigilant you are, for but one woman in the midst of a Grand Company, however, you will be one woman amongst many. A friend amongst friends. Achievements will be shared, and so will be danger. Think of no better arrangement. Of course, joining one organization need not mean leaving another. I hope that we can continue to rely upon your aid. 12 know that we will need of it in the days ahead. Grand companies seek to protect their own nations. We Scions, on the other hand, seek to preserve the future of Eorzea as a whole. Similar, yet not quite the same. Then I expect that you will be more often in the future. Such I have you carry this link sphere, link pearl, with you at all times. It will allow us to stay in touch regardless of location. All is changing, Jana. You have the power to help us shape it anew. One can say what the morrow will bring. So long as we believe in ourselves, there's naught we cannot achieve. Now it's time. Now it is time you made ready for your journey. Before you depart, be sure to speak with Tataru. She will appraise you as to where and when the remembrance services are due to take place. Okay. And yep, she's right outside. Tataru. I'm sorry about all the attention you're getting, Shanna. I might have sung your praises a little too loudly and often to a few more due to many people. And next time I'll be sure to hold my tongue. Literally, not if not necessary, or if necessary. Anyway, to make you want to know where and when the remembrance services are taking place. All goes to plan. Gridania's Grand Company, the Order of the Twin Adder, hold the first of the 3 services, and all their seats here. Kani Senna will do her address at the Keto's Amphitheater. I would probably mention at this point, due to the organizational challenges involving in assembling all parties, it's possible that the order of the services might change. Still, there's not much we can do about that. Let's make Gridania your first port of call. She'll need to go to Ulda, where the Flame General Oban Aldin will be addressing the masses of the Rommel Promenade. When it's rumored will be a special guest. How exciting! Last but not least, you must make your way to the Statter Room in Solominsa. Maelstrom's Chief Admiral Merlweb Ufishwin. I think that was how it's pronounced. Bluefishwin. Something like that. Will be giving her address. Room is accessible via the Admiral's left. Identify yourself to the sentry, San Thal, and he will admit you. Got all that? Well, off you go. Then I hope you find the remembrance services suitably educational. I suggest visiting the city-states in my prescribed order, though with your record of impeccable timing and luck, the schedule may well change in favor of your preferred travel plans. Farewell. Okay. So we can just go with the order, so we're down here first. And I'll just take the airships to the different places. a wished cutscene.
I lost my son to the calamity.
The 3 seed seers are all together.
Some say you couldn't take a step without stumbling over a body. Our forebears were once strangers in the Twelves Wood. Fearful of the green wrath, they hid themselves in the dark recesses of the earth. Yet they dreamed of basking in the dappled sunlight of the forest. Through great effort, they proved their worth to the elementals, and were granted a place beneath the boughs. So it was that Gridania was born, some 5 centuries ago. Working hand in hand, the Hyur and the Elysian settlers sowed the seeds of our civilization, and soon they were joined by folk of all races. So nourished by the waters of unity, and blessed by the light of the matron, Gridania flourished into the great nation it is today.
Do you see the Gridanian standard? There, hanging behind the Elder Seedseer.
So assured you.
The entwined serpents represent the unity between Hyur and Elysian. An elegant symbol, do you not agree?
In accordance with the will of the elementals, we have embraced a life of peace. Alas, our neighbors have not always sought the same for themselves, nor for us. Though we Gridanians have no love for war, we have still less for those who would threaten our way of life. Ever have we fought to protect the sanctity of the Twelves Wood. When the Garlean Empire brought its war of conquest to Eorzea, we rallied under the noble standard of the Twin Adder that we might push back the encroaching darkness. And it was we who prepared the ground for the reformation of the Eorzean Alliance, that all the peoples of this realm might stand united against the common threat. "5 years ago, the Alliance met the armies of the Empire upon the fields of Cartano. It would prove the bloodiest battle in recent memory. Countless Gridanian lives were lost. As Supreme Commander of the Order of the Twin Adder, ever shall I bear the weight of our people's sacrifice. Alas, their loss was not the only tragedy to befall us that day, for soon came the calamity. The scars borne by our forest are a constant reminder of its violence. Our lives have been irrevocably changed, each waking hour a struggle to survive. Driven to desperation, some among us have strayed from the path of righteousness, resorting to banditry, poaching, and other unconscionable deeds. To compound our woes, the Ixal have returned in force, emboldened by our suffering. They test our defenses nigh without cease, and prey upon the vulnerable. So beleaguered from within and without, it is of little wonder that our unity now falters. Dark times are upon us.
Time was a man could walk the high roads without fear.
On this day, 5 years ago, countless Eorzeans laid down their lives that we might behold another dawn. Please join with me in honoring their memory.
And how do you propose to honor the memory of those you cannot remember, pray tell?
Snake called Pearl.
The destruction wrought by the calamity was indiscriminate. It dealt death to Eorzean and Garlean alike. Yet while we have labored to rebuild our homes, to rebuild our lives, the Empire has set about raising steel fortresses here in the Twelveswood. Let none be mistaken. The Garleans remain the greatest threat to our survival. If we are to stand against them, we must remember what it is to be united. Our many troubles blind us to the woes of our fellow man. Thence is harmony lost. Yet harmony is the founding principle of Gridania. We are gathered here to honor the fallen. Let them be honored not only in word and thought, but through concerted action. I bid you, join hands with me once more beneath the Twin Adder's standard. And together, let us heal the forest's wounds, that our progeny might live in harmony beneath these ancient boughs. For serenity, purity, and sanctity. We must think of the children!
Woods will be done.
It's up to us to protect the forest.
All the elementals! If you'll permit me, Alphino. And my sister, Alize, at your service.
Yes, Alphino and Alice.
I saw at a glance that you were a fellow traveler.
I think we actually saw them during the intro cutscene on the carriage background.
You might call us students of history, sampling the realm's remembrances in pursuit of enlightenment.
Why do they have to switch between voiced and not voiced cutscenes so much? Have the voice actors at least just make them voice the cutscenes. That makes it so much easier for us people who want to know the story but don't feel like reading a ton of stuff. Especially when there are some of the words that are just completely fucked, or some of the names. It makes it a lot easier to actually know how to pronounce them when they're actually said by a character. Anyway, Gridanians are unfortunate enough to have to contend with two, or the Gridanians are unfortunate enough to have to contend with two beast tribes. XIV are unquestionably the more troublesome, being a natural warlike disposition, and want to summon their bloodthirsty primal Garuda. Selves, by contrast, are peaceful, nature being mysterious rather than malevolent, and have long been on friendly terms with the Gridanians. Until recently, at least. Alas, they have grown aloof. Change observed at roughly the time they summoned the primal Amu. Gridanians have no fear for war, or have no love for war, and they consider open conflict a last resort. Though they clash with XIV ever more, regularly, you may be sure that they do so in self-defense. As for the sylphs, they are bound by a peace treaty, though one wonders how long it'll be before it is broken. As well as Wood was grievously wounded during the calamity, leaving Gardenia vulnerable to attack. The people are hopeful that restoring the wood, thereby the power of the elementals, will put an end to their woes. Yet how long will that take? Centuries, I wager. Meanwhile, the Ixal will continue their incursions, spurred on by Garuda and her insatiable appetite for destruction. Whether the Gradanians like it or not, sooner or later, it will come to an all-out war, and when it does, Order of the Twin Adder will need all the help it can muster. How valuable might aid of a capable adventurer prove to them then? Well, perhaps we will find out if the Elder Seats here words fell on fertile ground. I'm almost certain they're going to be important later. I actually kind of know that at least one of them is going to be important later. The other one I'm also pretty sure. But to what extent, I actually don't know. Airship landing. Oh, it's older. It's a really big piece of ice that needs to be there. Alright. Second of these.
Behold, 'tis the Sultana Nanimo herself!
And Roban as well!
Hark you, souls of flame, drawn to the bosom of the desert, where the fire burns brightest and shall rage forevermore. Hurrah! Rauban! Where since antiquity, under the sage and judicious rule of the Ul dynasty, we have wrought sand into gold. Where by the grace and glory of Naldar have our brave sons and daughters flourished and prospered. I speak of Uldar!
There, at the Flame General's back flies the Grand Company's standard.
And there's Alphino and they say. Yeah.
Note the sigil. The golden scales of order balance the jewel of prosperity with the flame of might.
Great and many are the gifts our nation has given the realm.
Sisterhood though. I mean, I also still stand. They look pretty much alike.
In
For
Eorzea's
age,
darkest
oh my
hour,
god.
on the killing fields of Cartano, none spent more in blood and gold than we. Thus was the 7th Imperial Legion laid low.
So that's how it happened. How soon history forgets.
Mine, what is it? Is she a bit too young? Is she huggable? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Dan, do you remember how you said that Asmongold plays on the Phoenix server? That's not true. He plays on an American server. So yeah, not on the European ones, just so you know.
Yet many left our gates, never to return.
You know, yeah, why did you then just say that he played on the Phoenix server when he doesn't? Like, I'm pretty sure you said that, like, I don't know, Sunday, when I tried logging in that, oh yeah, the server is full because he's playing on the Phoenix server. To fuck with me, okay. It just didn't sound like logical at all why he would play on a European server. So I checked out his stream here the other day and then saw that that was the case, and I was like, that doesn't seem right at all.
Let us pray for our absent brothers and sisters, that they might know happiness in the great beyond, as Thal's honored guests. If the fates were fair, the price we paid that day would have bought us victory. Alas, they are not. And now, but 5 years into this 7th Umbral era, the spirit of sacrifice which granted us our strength is all but dead. Look around you. What do you see? A people divided, downtrodden and enthralled. Where are the merciful alms of the rich? Where is the just steel of the righteous? I ask you, is this the great nation our brothers and sisters gave their lives to save? You who call this living, dishonor the name of the immortal flames. It is but a slow death. Our enemies surround us. The savage hordes of the Amalja wait beside our roads, strangling the lifelines of trade. Meanwhile, the Garleans make mock of our borders and despoil our land of its natural wealth. We stand on a precipice, yet we do not act. Whether trader or soldier, monetarist or royalist, all must recognize that a divided Ul'dah stands to fall. Victory and fortune walk hand in hand. Ye who seek glory and wealth, look not to what little you can snatch from your neighbor, but to the boundless wealth of the world beyond. Now is the time to unite. Now is the time to ride forth. In the name of the Sultana, I beseech you. Line not your own coffers, but those of the immortal flames. Seek not to prosper from Ul'dah, but to restore her to prosperity. As the realm prospers, so shall Ul'dah. As Ul'dah prospers, so shall her people.
Yeah, for Ul'dah!
Together we are one.
Your Grace.
Raoban?
People
So weird.
of Ul'dah, I, Nanamo, 17th in the line of Ul, address you. Much has been made of the wealth of Ul'dah. Yet those who measure that wealth in coins and carats are gravely deceived. For the true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people. Beloved subjects, I bid you raise aloft the torch of Ul'dah, that her flames might serve as a beacon for all Eorzea to see.
Long live Nanamo!
Glory to the Sultana!
For victory and fortune, stride fearless into the inferno, for we are, by fire, reborn! Forsooth!
The time is now!
Fancy meeting you again.
Uldans have a long story of conflict with the Amalia, the beast tribe that worships the primal Ifrit. Judging by the look of this taste, I'd say that you have encountered them. Uldans do not shy from confrontation. If aught threatens their precious prosperity, they will seek to crush it. So they dealt with the Ifrit thus far, smothering his flames each time he is stoked to life. Yet he is but one of several problems, though they have been quite these past 5 years. The Guardians have not gone away. Meanwhile, refugees continue to arrive in droves, and Ul'dah has no clear policy on how to deal with them. After all, not even the Sultanate's coffers are bottomless, and even assuming they had the coin, resources will ever be finite. Which brings me back to the subject of Ifrit. It has been observed that the Amalia are summoning him with ever-increasing frequency. Every time they do so, Uldans send their forces to smite the primal, and though they inevitably succeed, each victory is fought with blood. It's a war of attrition which they cannot well sustain. Small wonder then that the immortal flames are eager to recruit more members. Such a desperate hour, an adventure of your experience would be a most welcome addition to the ranks. Okay, on to Limbs of Laminza. And I'm just gonna go up and take the airship. To Laminza. Where is it? Alright, Bulwark Hall. To you. Here to attend the remembrance service. Be quick, the Admiral is due to give her address at any moment. I still have no clue how to pronounce the Admiral's last name correctly, because it's such a
another matter altogether.
odd name.
So much for our alliance.
It's sunk beyond the seabed.
Brothers and sisters of the sea, hearken unto me. Look upon this, our mighty crimson standard, and tell me your hearts do not swell with pride. "700 summers have come and gone since our forefathers first ran aground in this fertile bay. In that time, guided by the Mother of Oceans, Limsa Lominsa has grown from humble fishing village to uncontested ruler of the 5 seas and beyond.
Did you look as the Admiral bid you? It is a rather stirring standard, I must say. The crimson field is meant to signify the blood of fallen crewmates, while the black longship represents a pirate vessel.
When the Gallian Empire marched upon Eorzea, we assembled beneath the Maelstrom standard, and our grand company was reborn. All answered the call, from the Knights of the Barracuda to Hilfier's bloody executioners, and together we met our would-be conquerors upon the field of Cartano. That day, the world bore witness to the united strength of Limsa Lominsa. I swear to you, no army ever fought harder or with more courage, yet many of ours did not survive. Join me now in remembering those who fought in the name of freedom and fell. May their souls be returned to the sea.
Freedom. Yes, they have always been rather fond of their freedom. Much as the beast tribes have. Small wonder. Beneath the surface, one would struggle to tell them apart.
It has been 5 long years since the calamity struck. 5 long years of tireless rebuilding. Yet still the wounds of the calamity fester and weep. But when I stand atop the mizzenmast and gaze out upon our battered and broken vessel, I see an undying spirit. Did we not build all this from the wreck of the Galadian all those centuries ago? Shall we not do so again? Yet there are those who would see this ship of ours sink beneath the waves of the restless Rotano. The Sahagin creep ashore seeking blood for their accursed god.
Those fishback
The Sahagin
bastards.
have risen?
While the mines of Ogomero spew forth kobolds who push ever south, despoiling our lands as they go. These savage beast tribes will be the first waves to crash against our creaking hull. And behind them swells the grim tide of the Gallian Empire. Even now, the curs fly their flags within our borders. doubt not, but that they will be upon us ere long. We are well nigh surrounded. Yet there are those among us who would rather turn their swords against their crewmates than our cannons against our foes. How can we hope to repel our many enemies when mutiny breeds below deck? There is but one course left to us. One bearing that will bring us victory over the beast hordes and the Empire both, and see this ship safe to port. We must mend the rift the Calamity has reopened twixt pirate and maelstrom, and stand fast with our adventurer brothers against the coming tempest. Mark ye well, a crew without unity is no crew at all. 'Tis but a mass of drowned men. To me, then, brothers and sisters of the sea, gather beneath the undying crimson standard, and pledge me your strength, your skill, your wisdom. And with the guidance of the navigator, this great vessel of ours shall ride the waves till sea swallows all.
Long live the Admiral!
Admiral Melvin!
Gather the lads!
Oh, where's me cutlass?
I'll follow ye to the seven hells, Admiral!
Fancy meeting you again.
I get the feeling you're following me around just to tell me about the different companies. Alright, tricking me, Alpha. No, I'm pretty sure you're just following me. Now this thing is just not saying anything. I think she's had one line so far. As the Admiral mentioned in her address, Minza is plagued by two beast tribes. First is the fish-like Sagan worshippers of the primal Leviathan. Second are the kobolds, who dwell beneath the earth and take the primal Titan for their god. Is it the beast tribe's presence when troublesome enough? The Guardians have also chosen to erect a fortress right in the Vincians' backyard. And that is to say, not of eternal strife. As a nation of pirates, there is no end of the blood feuds between the various factions, and while they fight amongst themselves, the Guardians whet their blades and watch. The Luminsans are to have any hope of withstanding the Empire, they must first resolve their own affairs. Differences must be set aside and the primal threat dealt with once and for all. To this extent, I expect that they will soon take decisive action against the beast tribes. By my words, the Maelstrom standard will be trenched a deeper shade of crimson ere long. That is, that a capable adventurer like you be a valuable addition to the crew is beyond question. Janet, this is Minilia. You are well, I hope. Would I be correct in thinking that the final remembrance service has now concluded? A moment ago, you say? What a coincidence. Jesting aside, I trust you remember our guests from the Grand Companies. Well, delighted though we are to have them hear the waking sands, it would not do to keep them in suspense any longer than necessary. In short, hurry back. Okay. let's teleport back. Alright, so I need to decide on which of the grand companies I want to join, and kind of split between two of them to an extent. And that is basically the Maelstrom and the Twin Adders. The Eternal Flame, I don't really care too much about that one. Like, fine with them, but I don't really feel I want to join them. Basically, Twin Adders is mainly because it's from the city that my character is like tied to due to the starting class, and since I'm most likely gonna be maining White Mage, that's basically the same area that is located in. So I'm thinking Twin Adders because of that, but I also kind of like the Maelstrom due to both the location. I kind of like Limbs of Lominsa. It looks nice. Also, just the area around it is just nice to look at. And the Admiral is, like, she had a pretty decent speech there. However, there is also just the problem of it's kind of out of the way. There isn't really a necessarily easy way of just running from one of these places, like from Nausea to any of the other places, apart from just teleporting or by ship or airship. Although probably won't be too much of a problem later on once I get a lot of gold, because then I can just go like, oh, I need to go somewhere, boop, immediately. But also can't figure out how to actually pronounce her name, so that's also a slight problem. Like her full name. Welcome back, Shana. Were the Grand Company's leaders' words as illuminating as you had hoped? Each nation is beset problems. I trust you see now why your services are in such demand. That there were more of you. Shana. But you must be tired from your journey. Why don't you rest a while and take a moment to reflect on your decision? Your mind is made up. Give the Grand Company officers your answer. That's the basic
The
thing.
gods only know what grand company our adventurer friend will keep. The wheels of change are in motion regardless.
Brother, are you certain this course is best?
Whatever do you mean, dear sister?
The so-called remembrance ceremonies were little more than standard waving rallies. As though the Calamity and 7th Umbral era warranted scarcely a mention.
Well, of course they were standard waving rallies. Since you are so observant, mayhap you noticed what mention was made of the Warriors of Light? None. I suppose they must have forgotten the heroes who spared Eorzea a fate worse than the Calamity? No, dear Alize, they haven't forgotten these details. They have elected to omit them. Deep are the wounds the Calamity inflicted upon Eorzea. So deep, in fact, that the realm still bleeds. Needless to say, the beast tribes and their primals do little to alleviate the pain. So, the task of salving Eorzea's wounds falls to the scions of the 7th Dawn, with a little help from our friends, the Grand Companies. Remembrance will yield no remedy. If our world is to heal, we must put the horrors of the Calamity behind us.
Our Grand grandfather would never entrust the fate of the realm to despots who rewrite history to their convenience. There must be another way to cure what ails this world, and I mean to find it.
You are most welcome to try. Our paths may differ, but our destination is the same. In time, I dare say we will see eye to eye.
I should hope so.
My lady!
We are to escort you!
Hope does not come into it. We share the burden of this fate, dear sister, and will prevail together or not at all. The salve will serve not only to close up our present wounds, but prevent old ones from opening anew.
Okay, so now I need to pick one of these three. The Walls of Flame, probably not gonna pick that. There's the Stall Officer, or the Maelstrom, and the Twin Adders. Let me actually look up something. If I remember correctly, there isn't really any difference between them other than just colors. But I might as well just check some stuff really quickly. Find that information somewhere. And it's just colors that are the only difference. It did seem like it was possible to switch company at some point. Possibly, at least. It's going to change something actually. Okay, so the Grand Company Tulaminsa is right next to Aft Castle, so that's an easy access one. It is right next to the main one, but there's a bit of a run. And in Gridania it is basically the same, just right next to the main crystal, but a little bit of a run. I think I'm gonna go with Twin Adder, to be honest. I take it the Elder Seedseer's words have touched your heart. Have you resolved to entwine your destiny with that of the Twin Adder? Yeah. Chosen wisely, my friend. The Elder Seedseer will be overjoyed. Without further ado, let us speak of practical matters. In order to complete the enrollment procedure, must report to the twin or to the adder's nest. They'll give us some yellow dye. I dare say you know it well from your wanderings in New Gridania. Keep your name to the personnel officer there, and he will guide you through the formalities. I have no doubt but that your deeds will bring great honor to our order. When next we meet in Gridania, I shall be proud to call you sister. Okay. Gridania. I believe I just need to like complete one quest to earn things that I need in order to actually get them out. So it's right over there. And I just need to wait for things to load. Here comes the Adder's Nest, the quarters of the Order of the Twin Adder. Here do we welcome they who toil in the elementals, named for the good of our forest nation. Name is Shana Majula. I believe you are expecting me. Ah, the great adventurer herself. Yes, our recruitment officer sent word that you were on your way. It's a pleasure and honor both to welcome you to our ranks, friend. Now let me gather together the relevant documentation. Sir. What is it? Report. An urgent message from Amarisiax. Some of those names, they are so fucked, to be honest, some ways. Sir, a Highwind Skyways airship has taken fire from Imperial forces in the skies over the East Shroud. Vessel's engineers were crippled, sir, and it was forced, or the vessel's engines were crippled, sir, and it was forced to make an emergency landing southeast of 9 Ivies. I think that's how it's pronounced. 9 Ivies. Gods, this could not have come at a worse time. All but a handful of our forces are present in the field, dealing with XIV. Shana, I know you know full well that you have yet to be formally inducted into our ranks, but we have urgent need of your aid. All likelihood, the airship was bearing civilians, and if the reports are accurate, it will have come down dangerously close to Guardian occupied territory. Please make all haste to the area southeast of 9 Ives. Ivies, okay, the airship, and ascertain the situation or the status of the passengers. Okay. And on over there. believe this is the... No, this is not entirely the quest that actually gives me what I need in order to get the chocobo. I think it's like one more quest after this. Just need to get some specific currency. I don't have yet. It's the airship. And I would prefer it if I didn't have to fight the bats around here. What of that? Sure. What are you doing out here? Wait, let's find some cover first. Those guardians are kind of blind. Anderson sent you. Do I know you're not an Imperial spy? Don't even have a uniform. His friend. And you know Harn? You're an engineer of Garland Ironworks, are you not? We were alerted to your plight. Come to rescue you. You are Shana Majula, I presume. Also to expect an honorary serpent. My thanks for your aid, friend. Never seen a craft of this design. It must be Garland's work. Is there no into this man's treachery? Secret of Magitech belongs on Imperial hands, but to be squandered on Eosian savages. We're taking this craft back to the fortress, dismantle it if you must, and bring the engineer. Someone must pay for Garland's crimes. Here are the scouts from Castrum or Reigns. Need to... I seriously can't read some of these words. Requisition. I guess the ship. Which, you have to help me. Or you had to help him. That fool of a Lalafell was hiding inside the tiny Bronco. Tiny Bronco. Isn't that the Ironworks' latest creation? It's the first airship we built since the Calamity. First since Master Garland. Well, since it went missing. After years of work, she was finally ready for her first test flight. She was soaring. She really was. Those bastards blasted her out of the sky. Sent me all. The Ironworks' latest creation must not fall into Guardian hands. So strike them. Swift and sure, and rescue engineer Wedge. And I trust we can rely on your support. And the matron watch over us with me. Ambush to arms. Okay, we got reinforcements. Okay, let's just spam this one down. There we go. Pigs. Just had to quickly kill a small insect that's been several of in my apartment right now. Some like really small weird flies of some sort, just all over the place for some reason. Anyway, which you shouldn't have stayed with the ship. That was a close one. Too damn close. So how she look? Anyway, the auxiliary propeller is a dead loss, but I think we can wring enough thrust from the main propeller to get us airborne. A few minor modifications and we should be able to fly the tiny Bronco hull. They do your work. We shall keep watch over the perimeter. The enemy may yet be lurking nearby. Yushana, you have more than done your part today. I bid you return to the Adder's nest and complete your enlistment. Pray that there will be no further interruptions. Next we meet, let it be as fellow servants of the Order. I am just want to say sorry. Go for calling you an Imperial spy and all that. got that one wrong, didn't I? Seriously though, if it hadn't been for you and the Twin Adder lads there, we'd been chained up in a dungeon by now. I mean, your adept friend, we both are. Which, thank you, we are very grateful. And it's perfect time for this one to finish up. Okay, we're about to hit, or we've actually gone slightly past usual time where I stop streaming, but damn, is fucking close to basically having a mouth, and I'm getting it today. Not waiting any longer, I'm fucking getting it today. I'm so goddamn close. Would be nice if the game would load a bit faster. Nice. Shanna, does my spirit will see you returned? Word arrived but moments ago from the team of At9 Ivies. Lest you worry, the two engineers are safe on their way. The lieutenant informs me that you were instrumental in the mission's success had you not found engineer bricks. You're dead and helped us to rout the Guardians. Things might have ended up been very different. And all this before you were even inducted into the Order. You're well on your way to carving out a fine career for yourself beneath the Twin Adder standard. But without further ado, let us see your induction. 12 willing, there will be no further interruptions. Nice. And level 28. Which will be done. We get Serpent Seal from that one. Protocol requires that I appraise you of who we are and what we do, after which I will invite you to swear an oath, your own free will. Yeah. The Order of the Twin Adder is the Grand Company of Gridania. Brings together the martial, economic, and technological resources of our nation, and we might stand strong in times of direst adversity, or direst? Direst? I have no idea. Adversity when our very survival hangs in the balance. Our order was formed in the days before the calamity in readiness to fight the Gallian Empire and to combat the beast tribes and their primals. To say our struggle continues to this day. Elder Sitzir Kanizena is the supreme commander of our forces. Under her wise leadership, protect the people of Gridania, and the sanctity of the 12's Wood. As the entwined serpents that grace our standard, let Forestborn strive as one with friends from far to ensure that peace shall ever reign in Gridania. Doing so, we honor the will of the elementals, and theirs is the will of the wood. Then Shana Majula, as that you give us your oath of allegiance in whatever fashion you see fit. This will be done. We shall strike down our enemies and drink their blood. Doesn't seem fitting for twin adders. I like for the elder seats here. I guess that one. Elder Seeds here is a kind and gentle soul who holds the welfare of her people. Above all else, your faith in her is well placed. By the power vested in me, I assign you the rank of Serpent Private 3rd Class. You are now a woman of the Order of the Twin Adder, 4th Private Majula, and do that which brings peace to the 12th Wood and honor to our name. Then everybody clapped. Can you hear me, Shana? This is Philia, an officer of the Order of the Twin Adder, contacted me with the news of your enlistment. My congratulations, Private Majula. No doubt that you are eager to make the acquaintance of your new comrades, but I would ask that you pay a visit to your old ones first. Remember, though you are now a servant of Gridania, you are no less a scion. Pray return to the Waking Sands at your earliest convenience. There are some friends here whom I would very much like you to meet. Shall waiting? The distinct call of a friend in need, perhaps. If you are needed elsewhere, I shall keep you no longer. I would, however, suggest being with High Servant Commander or Sail. Kill the Lux. Some of these names are fucked. Before you depart, he may provide you with assistance on the journey ahead. I just want my mount. You may now accept the quest, my little chocobo, Twin Adder. By speaking with BH. I have no idea how to pronounce his name. This must be completed in order to proceed to the end of the main scenario for a Velvet Born. Twin Adder, private stuff. Companies are listed under here with my rank. You can see the different ranks here, I believe. Yeah, there's basically just a bunch of things that have unlocked. Okay, my little chocobo. Private Majula, I understand you have been working tirelessly in Gridania's name. You are truly an example of your fellow servants. But tell me, have you ever felt as though you couldn't get to your destination quickly enough? That perhaps you could do with a swift pair of legs? So you might consider getting a personal chocobo. You have yet issued your own bird, am I correct? Given your considerable talents, you should be able to obtain one in no time at all. Tell you how to go about it. First, you must obtain a Serpent Chocobo insurance. Insurance. Exchanging company seals with the quartermaster, and once you have the steed, present it to our man Zingur. He will furnish you with a suitable bird. towards the quartermaster. And oh, I need to go all the way back there. Fucking great. Okay. Teleport back to them. Get my seals. Head back here. Why not just get them here? So I can get my fucking bird. Come on, game, please load faster so I don't have to sit here for like, I don't know, 10-15 seconds just to wait. Just want my fucking chocobo. Welcome back, Shana, Lady Philia. Wait you then. Okay, I have my seals. Is this gonna be a voiced one? Please be a voiced one. I'm so fucking tired of this. Holy shit. I just want to get my chocobo, but I can't skip through this. Okay, welcome back. It seems you wasted no time putting your skills to work. Do I know why the recruitment officer called to regale me with the tale of your heroics? The pride in his voice was palpable. Scions are truly fortunate to have you with us, Shanna. Now, when last we spoke, I said that I wanted you to meet some friends, did I not? Well, I neglected to mention that you have already met. As a rule, please show them in. This way, sirs. Thanks again for getting us out of that mess. We owe you our lives. But I don't think we've probably used ourselves. I'm Bix. And I'm can't spit it out, will you? Wedge, your service. I'm pleased to say that Bix and Wedge will be staying with us for a while. Tech-driven contraptions such as airships are ever more vital in the city-states of Eorzea. As a neutral party, it was judged that we Scions should serve as the keepers of this technology. Of course, to this we need the knowledge of experts, and so we requested the assistance of Garland and Works, who very kindly sent us two of their finest engineers. Our happy family continues to grow. On behalf of the Science, I bid you welcome to the Waking Sands. Like every soul here, I love Eorzea. And I count myself blessed to have been given this chance to stand with you all and fight for the future of the realm. Never have I known such fulfillment, such happiness. Can I now head back and get my fucking mount? Thank you. Okay, also, can I accept this? Don't you fucking give me a cutscene again. Don't want to see it. Please be a voice one.
Now, having set aside the formalities,
Just don't want to fucking talk through this and have to like figure out how to pronounce certain
to
words.
ask of you. Urianger, have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
We have conducted a study at the behest of the Order of the Twin Adder. Papalimo, Ida, a synopsis if you would.
Our task was to survey the behavior of the Sylphs, a beast tribe indigenous to the Twelveswood.
Oh, how to describe them. They look like gisselcreens, floating ones, that worship the primal Ramu.
Ahem. Though technically a beast tribe, Sylphs are blessed with a comparatively personable demeanor, conducive to peaceful communication.
Offering us an invaluable opportunity to learn what the beast tribes know of the primals.
While Ramu's existence is well documented, the Sylphs do not, or perhaps cannot, summon the primal any longer, insofar as can be ascertained. Until such time as we know, it would be unwise to assume that the threat posed by the primal has passed.
Which leaves Gridania with the added worry of not knowing what they should be worrying about.
In that regard, they are hardly alone. What we can say with absolute certainty is that Gridania has its hands full fending off Garuda, who, I need hardly remind you, is among the most savage and terrible of all known primals.
In short, it is essential that we approach the Sylphs in as diplomatic a manner as possible. Words and actions can be misconstrued. The only sure way to communicate our intentions is the echo. Winning the Sylphs' favor may well bring us a step closer to mitigating the threat of the primals. Will you help us? I am grateful.
Lovely. Well, as much as I'd like to help, I'm afraid I would be of little use to anyone in Gridania. A veritable babe in the woods. Ida and Papalimo, however, should be able to see the forest for the trees. Is that not so, Minfilia?
Indeed. You are willing?
Leave it to me.
Us, Ida, us!
It's my, yep, return is available. And I'm also supposed to go and talk to him. One of the guys back at the Adder's Nest. God damn it. This whole process of getting a mount like it. Why do they have to send you back here to the Waking Sands just to go? Like, just to have to. You could go back to where the location was. In my case, I'm lucky. I have to go back here anyway to do the quest. But still, the fact that you have to go back to the Waking Sands in order to get your fucking seals, then go to a Grand Company, in order to then buy a thing, is kind of annoying. Because then you have to go back to where you were, to the Grand Company, and buy the thing, so you can actually continue with the quest. Okay, game, please load fast, so I can get my fucking issuance. Whatever the hell that it is. One of those, please. Don't really care about any of the other things. I just want my fucking mount. The bird issued. You see, then I'll need to see your Chocobo, Serpent Chocobo issuance. There you go. Yes, everything appears to be in order. Please, I'll be right back with your chocobo. And here he is, the fellow has been high spirits past your bells. He must have sensed that his master was coming. Then, to make it official, you'll have to give your noble steed a name. Okay, do I... Okay, and how do I do that? Also, I can't see anything because the game isn't fucking loading. Game, do you mind fucking loading shit so I can actually interact with my chocobo? Oh my god, this is so annoying sometimes. Okay, I need to come up with a name. Okay, since I already have a certain theme with my character's name and also the kind of thing I'm going for in a way, might as well just name it after a character from the same game. Or at least from the same game series. Actually, a different one should be this guy. Artorias. I was kind of thinking of maybe going with what is his name again? Ornstein. So it actually kind of fits the color scheme, but I thought Artorias might be better since he's going to be more of a tank for me later on. Okay. Dare say he likes his name. Use your very own chocobo whistle, suddenly blow into it, and your feathered friend will come bounding to your side. But do forgive him if he doesn't respond when summoned in crowded city areas or monster-infested lairs. Chocobo are stout-hearted creatures, but they have their limits. And lastly, I present you with your Chocobo Rider's license, as is required by law. And that concludes all the formalities. I wish you and your Chocobo long years of fulfilling companionship. Thanks. Okay. What's that? And... guide. Let's just move these things around really quick. Could actually just that one out of the way. And Chocobo. Quickly key bind. Nope. Finally got that whole thing set up. Got that thing. So the Chocobo is actually kind of unique in some ways in that I think it's at level 30. We can basically do a quest that allows us to also summon it for help. And they have several skill trees, basically defender, healer, and attacker. I'm most likely gonna go with defender because that basically makes it work as a tank, which is pretty fucking nice. So that I can basically have it out it just tanks for me, and I can just DPS it and heal it if I need to. It kind of helps depending on the class you're built or playing as. For example, if you're playing as a tank or a damage dealer, having it as a healer might work better. And if you're a tank, maybe having it as an attacker could also work, I guess. And you can also change the appearance. I don't know how to change the color, to be honest. There's basically these like head, body, and legs armor that you can change out. Basically thinking might as well just finish up this quest, get the next one, and that'll be the point where I end the stream for today. No too far too little of the sylphs to lay any worthwhile plans. We must call upon the science. It's more if we are to. Big pardons. It's a terrible habit of a mind to think aloud. Tell me what brings you to the Adder's Nest. I'm part of your organization. Peace, Commander Orsail has been awaiting the aid of the science. Is this voiced or not? No, of course not. Well, it isn't Private Majula reporting for duty. That's the Seal Knight C from an enterprising young serpent. Hey, Commander, sorry to disappoint you, but other business brings us here today. Limo. Always a pleasure to see the two of you. My men tell me you question the name of the science of late. Right, so Commander, a little bird told us that the Twin Adder was in need of our venturing prowess. A yellow bird sings true. No doubt you've heard that we are investigating the sylphs, that curious beast tribe that calls the depths of the Twelfth Wood home. Sylphs are, for the most part, a reachable bunch, much to the delight of the elder seats here, who has no desire to see her people embroiled in yet another fruitless war. Twin Adder is of the same mind, and 'tis precisely for this reason that the Sylph's relation to the primal Ramu has raised a flag of warning amongst our ranks. Friendly as they may appear, beastmen will be beastmen. Though should there be even a sliver of chance that the summoning of the primal might disturb the balance between Gardania and the Sylphic tribes, it is a possibility we cannot ignore. Safe than sorry indeed. Do we strike at Ramu or leave the Sylphs to their own ways? That is the question, yet I find myself lacking ample knowledge to arrive at an answer. Opinions found within Gardania, but to listen only to one's own is among the greatest mistakes a commander can take or can make. I would hear the other side, the Sylphs themselves, and seek an imperial guard to serve as my liaison. That is where your scions come in. Sylphs of little Solace remain untempered. Yeah, untempered. Have held many a productive dialogue with our people. I would hear their candid thoughts on their tempered brethren. That said, I urge you to exercise due caution. Sylphic tradition and etiquette bear little semblance to our own. It would not do to have any cross-cultural faux pas get in the way of a productive parley. En route to Solace, we'll come to the Hawthorne hut our officer stationed there can enlighten you as to how to win the Sylph's favor. May your expedition be a worthwhile one. In the Oliver, the Sylphs, this should be a pleasant enough diversion. Hawthorne Hut, was it? I believe the ferry departing from West Shore Pier should take us straight there. In the Oliver, indeed. Hope this will be a straightforward, as you say, probably will. It's like 30 minutes extra later than I was expecting this to be. Jesus. Anyway, this is gonna be it for today, because I need to get up not exactly really early in the morning, but I still need to like get up somewhat early in the morning. Let me actually also, while I'm at it, the wrong one. Those need to get up somewhat early tomorrow, since as I said that is yesterday, I won't be able to stream for the next week or so. Essentially from tomorrow until basically just from tomorrow until, and then a week ahead, there won't be any streams. Basically this Friday or tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday next week, there won't be any streams from me. Same goes for all the other days in there. So the next stream, or next time I'll be streaming, is most likely gonna be on like next Sunday, so Sunday next week, and if not, then the Monday after. Yeah. But at least now we have our mount, so even though I kind of got a little bit pissed at the fact that it took a lot longer than I actually had hoped, but still, we managed to get it. Anyway, not a whole lot of people that I follow are streaming. Let's see here. I have XIV and also Arcadum streaming. Espen is also streaming, but I'm just gonna go with XIV. It's the person that I'm gonna host. He's playing some Mario Party, or Super Mario Party, I'm guessing, with the other Salt Raiders. So yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll just see you guys in a little over a week when I get back. Yeah. Until next time, guys, I'll see you.